Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you to the regular meeting of council for Tuesday, October the 8th. I would like to start with our traditional land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the traditional lands and territories of the Indigenous peoples who have lived on these lands and taken care of them since immemorial. We are on Treaty 7 territory, as well as the historical regional homeland of the Métis, which includes the Battle River Territory. We acknowledge and respect the histories, languages, and diverse cultures of the First Nations, Métis, and all First Peoples that have taken care of this land. We are grateful for their contributions that continue to enrich our communities. I would then like to move to item 3, which is the updates and approval of the agenda. Is there anything from you, from CAO, or from Ledge Services? I have one, but
not from my side, Your Worship.
Ledge Services, anything? I just have one, and just procedurally, I think we can just do this. I would like to move our in-camera item, just to the nature of it. It could be material on some other things. I would like to move our in-camera item to after the bylaws. So we'll do the public hearing, then we'll do the bylaws, then we'll do our in-camera item. Good. Do we need a motion for that? No, I don't think so. I think we can just, I think the chair can reorder the agenda on that, correct? Yeah, so I guess just as a point of public record, we will be moving our in-camera session to before reports for decision. So with that, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the agenda. Councillor Schindler.
I move that Council approve the October 8th, 2024 regular meeting of Council agenda as presented.
Questions, comments? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Next, we have our public input session. This is different than our public hearing. So if you are here to speak to the bylaw, this is different. Our public input is different. Callan, did we have any submissions or anything for public input?
We did not.
Okay, and so I'm assuming anybody else that's here to speak is speaking for the bylaw at the public hearing. With that, I'm seeing nods. Okay, good. Okay, so then we'll move on to the approval of the minutes, which is starting with the June 19th, 2024 grant adjudication minutes. I'd like to have a councillor make a motion for the approval of those minutes. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move the Council approve the June 19, 2024 grant adjudication minute as presented.
Questions, comments? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. And then I'll call for approval for the minutes for the September 23rd, 2024 regular meeting of council minutes. Can I have a councillor make that motion, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan?
Move that Council approve the September 23rd, 2024 regular meeting of council minutes as presented.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions? Call for the vote. Sorry, apparently I was the one holding up the process. Great, thank you. Just as a matter of record, we will be, so what you're gonna see moving forward with our committee meetings is that councillors will be reporting back on their committees starting at the October 15th governance and priorities meeting. So at our governance and priorities meetings, we're going to give councillors a chance to update the public about what's happening in each of their individual committees. And so if they're chair of that committee or if they're assigned to that committee, with two councillors, they'll fight it out over who's going to do the update, so to speak. But what you will see is a bit of a change coming up at our GAP meeting for October 15th moving forward, where you'll be hearing more from our councillors on each individual committee. With that, I would like to move to the public hearing. So we are going to be doing the public hearing for bylaw number 025-24, the animal control bylaw. So what this public hearing is going to provide us the opportunity with is to hear back from public with relation to this bylaw. So all first reading does, I saw some correspondence and things that were happening within the community, and so a little bit of confusion maybe. So what we do is all a first reading does is it simply puts the bylaw on the table. It doesn't mean that council is for or against the bylaw. It's putting it on the table. So we actually couldn't do the public hearing without putting it onto the table first. So now it's on the table, gives us an opportunity to call what this is called a non-statutory public hearing, and so now it gives us an opportunity to receive correspondence, as well as provide to you that we have members of the public here to speak on this bylaw. So then what will happen is we'll host a public hearing. I'll go through the procedures for that here in a minute. Then we will close the public hearing. Then council is going to have an opportunity to give their feedback on the bylaw. That feedback will be what will be utilized for moving forward with second reading. And I am anticipating many changes coming to our animal control bylaw based on conversations I have been having with public, based on conversations we've been having. I would anticipate you will see some changes. So I just know there was a little bit of confusion out there of, oh, this is the bylaw they're approving. No, all first reading does is get the bylaw on the table so that we can talk about it. Legislative procedures, sometimes it can be cumbersome, but that's how the legislative process works. So with that, I would like to call for a motion to open the public hearing. Councillor Randhawa.
I move that the council open the public hearing for bylaw 025-24, being the animal control bylaw, at 9:06 a.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. Great, thank you. Any individual or group that wishes to present at the public hearing must register on the designated sign-in sheet either in support or in opposition of the proposed bylaws. The public hearing is being recorded and live streamed and will be available to view on our website. The use of audio and video recording devices and cameras by the public or press is prohibited. So the procedure for this is that we will start with a staff report from administration. I do not believe there's a presentation from the applicant for this one because basically we are the applicant.
Precisely.
Correct. So we will have a staff report, and then after the staff report, there will be opportunity for presentations from the public in support of the bylaw, presentations then from the public in opposition to the bylaw, rebuttal presentation from the rebuttal doesn't happen because we don't have an applicant, final questions from administration. So that is the procedure for our bylaw. So at this time, I am going to be inviting up Vanessa Vandermeer to do the presentation from staff on this bylaw.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here today to present the animal control bylaw through the public hearing. Some background on this bylaw is we were asked by administration to review the animal control bylaw that we currently had because it was missing a lot of areas that the city currently has for animal concerns, as well as bringing things in so that they can be properly regulated. Some of the concerns were cats and the pigeons, the bees, and the hens. This bylaw, background on it, it came from the Village of Linden as well as the City of Airdrie. It has had some legal review on it through Brownlee previously. So then I guess at this time, I will open it up to any of you that you may have questions, and then proceed with your public hearing.
Do we have any initial, sorry, Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to administration, Mr. Edney, whoever's appropriate. I was wondering if we have any information on how frequently your data on whether this bylaw in its existing form has been utilized. Have we called on this bylaw in the city in the last little bit?
Through the chair, not to my awareness, so that's something I'd have to look into for you and get back to, but I don't believe in my time overseeing the CPOs we saw a lot of complaints as far as animal control went. I don't know if Mr. Fluker could echo that. Yeah.
Just a follow-up then, Your Worship, and through to the rest of council, I think that's something to be aware of. The existing bylaw has some contentious points in it, and if we're not utilizing the language in that bylaw, then it might not be of use to us.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you. Thank you, through your worship, and to members of council, and to the presenter. With respect to how big really this problem is, I didn't see any reports from the CPOs because they are the ones enforcing BYLAW matters. So there is no data. We don't really know what the magnitude of the problem is, if it is a problem at all. So I think a presentation or some sort of information coming from the CPOs that have definitely helped in the decision making. I'll leave my comment on that, and I'll come back later. I do have a few more other questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would echo that. I've made a note of that for when we get to talking about the actual bylaw outside of the public presentation. I do think it would be valuable to hear from both CPOs and our own legal on this moving forward. So I would echo that concern. The question I had, so then that you had said that it was reviewed by legal. Was it legal then for Village of London and City of Airdrie? Like, has City of Chestermere legal reviewed this bylaw yet?
To the mayor, no, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council to the presenter? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair, administration to you, Mrs. Vandermeer. Just a general question for the public. There's people here to speak, I'm sure, on both sides, and we've received feedback in both sides. Can you kind of give us the Coles notes on, while the bylaw is here and it's expected that everybody has read it, maybe how is Chestermere different to the city of I think it's the city of Airdrie and the town of Linden, because they're both municipalities that are completely different from each other, as is the city of Chestermere. People come to Chestermere for different reasons than they do those two municipalities. And just maybe kind of give us the Coles notes: cats, dogs, bees, pigeons, chickens. So we have a fresh view. What's your elevator speech on that? That would be great, I think, for us here up on council and for the members of the public watching and here in the gallery.
Through administration to the mayor to Councillor Warzanowski. So I found that Chestermere to be a unique community, being some of their diversity is known as being bees, but you guys had nothing regarding it. So bringing it forward. I also noticed in your past bylaw you referenced hens before, and again there wasn't a lot of information regarding hens, but you put it in. So and then regarding cats on your current bylaw is basically minimal, if any, and bringing them forward is just giving a base so that the municipality has an area to work with. I do know that there has been lots of inquiries, if you look in the past, regarding your bees and hens. So that was brought in so that there's a guideline for people to know what they need to do, because if you're going to be a bee city, then you should, for one, have something to do with your bees. So it's quite explanatory through it, and there's lots of information in it. Again, some changes need to be made, but that's the whole point of having the first reading and then bringing it to public as well as council to do some background and bring back for changes.
Thank you, and through the chair, administration, and again back to you, Ms. Vandermeer. How are we different to, is this bylaw different to Airdrie and Linden? And were there any modifications, or do we kind of just take their lead in putting together this new revision for this first reading?
through administration to the mayor, to Councillor Wojciechowski, we're kind of taking their lead because they've already focused on the areas that we did not. And so going through them, I've looked through numerous different communities, and they're the ones that most worked with the city of Chestermere's ideals. So that's why I picked those two communities to utilize.
Any other questions for the presenter at this time? Okay. With that, we will then, thank you. With that, we will move to start with the people in support. And so I believe we have a sign-in sheet, but I don't have, how do you want to do this? Do you want to call them in order? Because we call them in order. But I can't see the sheet. Reading upside down from 10 feet away is a skill I do not possess. Okay. Well, right, I know. I have amazed people at times, but that one is a skill I unfortunately do not possess. So we are going to be calling people in order on which they have signed up. And so if I read your name wrong, I apologize in advance. Please feel free to correct me when you come up. But starting with people in, so this would be people in support. I have Kelly Miller listed as in support. Would you like to come up to the mic, please? That's okay.
Just be yourself. Introduce yourself and just talk to us.
You push the button right in front of you and make the mic go red. There you go. We're much friendlier than the whole wall here makes it seem.
Okay, I'm just sorry. I'm really, really bad at public speaking. So my name is Kelly Miller. I've lived in Chestermere for 5+ years. I am in support of the animal bylaw, specifically speaking just to the cat piece. I do have other animals like guinea pigs and bearded dragons. So I do love animals. I'm in support of the cat piece only because currently there's nothing in place for cats. I can't call bylaw when I have 4 cats in my yard because what would they do? There is no bylaw against it, so they're going to tell me those are cats. They poop in my yard. I spend a lot of money trying to make my house like pleasant and whatnot, and then I have animals roaming in it. I have a dog. It's I love him, but he's anxiety driven. So the cats in his property drives him crazy. And it's frustrating because I follow the rules with my dog. I'm supposed to license him, leash him. He has like his harness and whatnot. I'm not saying free all animals. I'm not saying my dog shouldn't have a leash. I agree with that. I think there should be rules in place for animals. Right now, there's nothing for cats. So it's infuriating when I have, like I said, cats on my lawn, spraying on my doors and on my property. I'm trying to garden and there's cat feces and whatnot. And it's like, and if you look and if you Google anything, not Google, but like if you go to like the Animal Humane Society, not even Alberta, but if you look across Canada, they all recommend animals, cats being indoor for their lives. They live a lot longer, historically, statistically speaking. Animals have a better life if they're inside. Cats have historically decimated bird populations because, birds can't defend themselves around cats or whatnot. So just environmentally, we have these nice areas, like we have the ravine and we have like all these, cattails and like this great animal population around the lakes and whatnot, and cats are like killing the birds and whatnot. I'm not saying that I don't like cats. I just don't want them free roaming. I just feel like we need to have something in place. There's other options too. It's not like cats can't go outside. Like there's catios and like you can have leashes and whatnot. Like there are options for cats for the cat owners who firmly believe that a cat should be free roaming. But the same rules and reasons why we have regulations for dogs and every other animal in that bylaw is the same reason why we need to have rules for cats. It's the same reasoning. I just don't understand the logistics on why people feel that cats should be allowed to free roam, but my dog can't. You know what I mean? Like they're both animals and they both have reasons why they shouldn't be free roaming. Sorry, I felt like I just kind of rambled.
No, that was great. No, that was great.
Again, I'm not great at public speaking.
That was really good. No, you did great.
Okay.
Awesome.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
There's another sheet there. Does that have other names as well?
Through the chair, that was for the public input.
That was for public input.
Oh, there's names on there.
There is 2 names on there. Oh, there's one was mine, and I made a mistake. Sorry.
That's okay. So,
I also signed that, but I thought it was.
There you go.
no, all good. So we're trying to sort that out then. So, no, you did great, and unlike your mayor, you didn't say once, so you did fine.
well done.
So, was this okay? And Cody, then you were going to be speaking in opposition. Is that correct? Okay, perfect. Okay, so call a second time. Oh, sorry, Cody. I got to follow the procedure. Sorry, my fault. I'm going to call a second time for anybody that would like to speak in favor of the bylaw. So calling a second time for anyone that would like to speak in favor. Call a third time for anyone that would like to speak in favor. So calling a third time for anyone that would like to speak in, Counselor. So calling a third time for anybody that would like to be able to speak in favor of the bylaw. Great, thank you. Do we have any written submissions that are in favor of the bylaw?
The written submissions submitted before Thursday, 4 p.m. have been attached to the agenda. Since Thursday, 4 p.m., we have not received any written submissions in favor of the bylaw.
And were there some that were in favor in the package?
Yes.
Are we gonna read those into the record, or they're just part of the record? I guess. Sorry, I'm asking a procedural question.
They're part of the record as part of the agenda.
So we don't need to read them in
Don't
because
need
they
to
were,
read them unless you'd like to.
No, I'm good. If they're part of the package, then people can read the package. Great, thank you.
Your worship, could you do me a favor and please ask Kelly what her dog's name is and whether she has pictures?
His name's Riot. And I would like to see pictures. Okay.
Great, thank you. With that, then, we will move to calling for those who are going to speak in opposition to the bylaw. So, calling the first time for anyone who would like to speak in opposition, and I believe we have Cody speaking in opposition. I invite you to come up to the mic, press the button, and the light will turn red.
Good morning, Council. Again, not very good at public speaking, this kind of thing, if you can hear me.
Yep.
I'm not in opposition to the bylaw per se, but like some of the wording and some of the procedural stuff that I've found, and again, could be my ignorance on the subject. I'm looking at the specific wording for the permitting of the CAO for the reptiles. Having them be able to say yes or no, even after hypothetically the person may be filling out a permit to be able to keep the animal in Chestermere, sorry. Just wanted to have it really clear because I couldn't find anything speaking to the cats and the dogs. If someone applied for a permit, they would get the permit if they filled it out and everything was correct. I just want something, say, on the reptile amphibian side or the exotic side, to have like clear language, that kind of thing. Also to do with some of the other language of poisonous snakes. I have it screenshotted on my phone. But in the specific part of it, there's like 3 species worldwide that are poisonous snakes. We can't own any of those in Alberta already. Same thing with the amphibians. Poison dart frogs actually had a provincial ban back in 2014, and we actually had it reversed because we actually had it proven that these frogs were not dangerous to the public. They were not toxic after they were taken out of the after their habitat. They need a very specific ant to feed on, and they do not get that ant to feed on, so they are no longer toxic. A lot of the stuff that we're looking for, and I'm part of a nonprofit in the province, and we just want it very clear that we don't need to, say, regulate it any more than the province does already. We've got a very good set of laws in the province. I'm trying to just make it really clear because the reptile, amphibian, the arachnids, all the exotic stuff are coming out and becoming more of a popular pet. Just plain and simple, we want to keep it nice and easy for people to get into it. And want to keep it easy for them to own it, right? Because in the way the wording is, hypothetically, all pet fish, all hamsters, ferrets, any of that kind of stuff is classified as exotic. And it is, but then if we're looking at doing permitting system later on, someone could have a fish tank with 100 fish in it. And it doesn't say it yet, but I'm worried about it in the future. Is somebody going to need to permit all 100 fish and have that on record every year? And again, I've owned up to 32 snakes at one time, and it wouldn't be hard for me to permit those animals, but something in that situation would be better to permit the household. Like the owner would be able to say, I've got 2 snakes, a spider, a dog, cat, anything like that, and then apply for separate permits for the dogs and cats if that's necessary. But on animals that stay in their enclosure their whole lives, or most of it besides cleaning and feeding and that kind of thing, it'd be kind of simple to just say fish, how many snakes, how many spiders, all that kind of stuff, how many frogs. Because as it is, like all of my animals at home require an 8 by 8 square room, and they all stay in the room. There's nothing going in or out of the room kind of thing, besides doing like educational events. I kind of just want to keep it, I don't even know how to say it. I'm on night shift, so this is a rambling. Just want to keep it simple and really, really easy to someone to pick up the bylaws for the exotics and go, we're good. And I don't need to worry about anything else. Here's my permit, here's my application, and I'm good to go.
Great. Thank you. I'd like to call a second time for anyone speaking in opposition to the bylaw. Calling a second time for anyone speaking in opposition. And calling a third time for anyone that would like to speak in opposition to the bylaw. Calling a third time for anyone that would like to speak in opposition to the bylaw. Okay. Now, council, is a time in a public hearing where we can ask questions. So, council, are there any questions that we have?
Point of order. We have written submissions. Not
Oh, I apologize. I jumped the gun. I know people wanted to ask some questions, and I jumped the gun there. So we have some written submissions in opposition.
We have 2 in total.
Great, thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council through the CEO. So we have 2 written submissions. 2 of which are very similar. They're from the same person, but just there are slight differences, so I'm going to read them both to you just in case I don't miss anything. So this is from Natalie Dunsky. Sorry if I put that wrong. I am a long-term resident of Chestermere. I have lived here for 16 plus years, and I have noticed an influx of Chestermere residents homing pigeons as their pets, my next-door neighbor included. I would like to know if pigeons will be named and included in the animal control bylaw, and if not, can it be added? I have seen there was a past first reading on the bylaw, but I do not see pigeons listed as one of the poultry animals in this bylaw. My neighbor has a ton of these birds and allows them to fly freely from property to property and drop feces on our homes and property. We are unable to enjoy our backyard as he allows them to be free and not locked up in their coop. They have no control over them. It is pretty disturbing that they were even allowed to be owned as pets in our community as they carry diseases. I hope this can be discussed at the next council meeting. Natalie. As well, this is an additional email from Natalie. It does say very similar things, but again, I don't want to miss anything. I'm a long-term resident of Chestermere. I've lived here for 16 plus years, and I've noticed an influx of Chestermere residents homing pigeons as their pets, my next-door neighbor included. I would like to know if pigeons will be named and included in the animal control bylaw, and if not, can it be added? I've seen there was a past first reading on this bylaw, but I do not see pigeons listed as one of the poultry animals in this bylaw. My neighbor has a ton of these birds. They are racing pigeons, banded, but allow them to fly freely from property to property all hours of the day, and they drop feces on our homes and property and end up in my yard. We are unable to enjoy our backyard as he allows them to be free and not locked up in the coop. They have no control over them. It is pretty disturbing that they are even allowed to be owned as pets in our community as they carry diseases. I hope this can be discussed at the next council meeting. I work a lot and won't be able to attend the public hearing, but I oppose allowing Chestermere residents to own these birds. Natalie Dunsky.
Great, thank you. And those were, is there another one?
Yes, there is. That was from the same person,
Okay,
same
thank you.
individual. So this is from Ty Barbie. My name is Ty Barbie, and I live in West Creek, and I'm writing this email in regards to the animal control bylaw in which I am opposed to its current version. I'm only opposed to one specific part, which references the ability to house pigeons. One of my neighbors currently has about 30 pigeons kept in a shed in their backyard. We have tried for months to be neighborly and try to live with it, but the constant cooing, trespass, cleaning, and mice has boiled over our frustration. We have spoken to our neighbors about our concerns, requesting that the birds do not continue to land on our house, deck, and front porch, but their best solution is to come over and shoo them off our front porch themselves. My main concern and complaint is the constant cooing coming from the neighboring party. It is a noise violation, and I am unable to enjoy on my patio due to the constant cooing. I can hear inside my house with all the doors and windows shut. It can be easily be heard while they are housed in the shed, and it is even louder when they are outside flying around for hours on hours. I am very nervous for the fall and winter when our trees lose their leaves and our barrier between them is gone and the noise level increases even further. Another growing concern of mine is the mice and pigeon feces that are accumulating on my property. I am constantly catching mice coming under the fence due to the amount of bird feed on the ground attracting the mice. Every week, I will catch a couple mice in a trap coming from under their fence. There's also the fact that when they are out of the shed for hours each day, they are trespassing on my private property, landing on my house. They also defecate on my house and patio. We have grown tired of the constant cleaning up required. We have a senior dog who has access to the doggy door to let himself in and out, but we had to lock that door and supervise him outside as he's keen to eat the pigeon feces and the mice. I have contacted the city peace officers and they have inspected the property and found everything we're doing was okay according to the current city bylaws. And it appears that this will be allowed in the bylaw being proposed. I was told that I essentially had to just live with it. It is just bad luck that you live next to someone with pigeons and you can't enjoy your patio and you'll have to deal with mice and feces as long as you live there. And it's too bad that a neighboring property owner pet trespasses onto your property daily, but I can try and shoo them away. They were powerless to do anything, even though it is clearly not right when viewed with any common sense. There is a limit on every other animal allowed within the city, I believe, except pigeons. All other avian-type animals are limited to 6 maximum. I am not allowed to have 30 dogs, cats, or other pets on my property, nor would I be allowed to have any animal constantly making noise for hours on end every day. It may not be barking, but the low, constant cooing is equally annoying. I would not be allowed to have the animal that trespasses on the owner's private property. It seems to me that if the animal cannot be domesticated or trained to be contained to your own property, then it isn't fit to be a pet located within the city limits. I'm unsure why an exception is made for pigeons. It seems like the current bylaw was passed without any consideration for the neighboring property owners. As mentioned earlier, it seems unfair that I am stuck with the responsibility of dealing with noise, mice, and feces problems throughout no fault of my own. Do I submit a cleaning bill to the city for allowing this in the bylaw? I sincerely hope there is understanding from my point of view on this. I don't think it is unreasonable to ask the neighboring pets to not interfere with my enjoyment, care, and upkeep of other private properties and families. This would be no different than me owning 30 horses and letting them out to graze the whole neighborhood during the day, and then just bringing them back to the yard each night, and letting them trespass all over private property and defecate all around the neighborhood. Due to the reasonings above, I would ask that this subsection be removed from the pet bylaw. If not, there absolutely needs to be a maximum limit of 6 like every other animal. With how the bylaw is currently written, and I have confirmed this with the peace officer, there's nothing that could be done even with the owner deciding to wanting hundreds of birds. If there are no changes made, I don't think it's unreasonable to expect that my property taxes would be immediately stopped, since by allowing pigeons in this bylaw, the city is essentially designating my property as a public park for other owners' pets to live on and damage. This is the animal that be kept on an acreage or farm, not kept in a dense residential neighborhood where it impacts all the neighboring properties. I trust that this bylaw will be adjusted accordingly. Thanks, Ty Barbie.
Great, thank you. Those are all the submissions in that we have for speaking in opposition.
Correct.
Great, thank you. Now, questions of clarification to the public presenters, whether in support or opposition. Are there any other questions that council had? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not actually certain whether our presenter Cody would be able to answer this. There was reference made to provincial legislation. I'm wondering which ones were being referred to so we can look it up. Thank you.
Can you just hit the button? There you go.
Okay. Which part? The Wildlife Act of Alberta is, I believe, 189 pages long. In specific to like the exotic ends of it for.
Yeah, that's right. So you were referencing different legislation and made an interesting point that if it's already covered by provincial, that does supersede anything we put in the bylaw. So I'd like to take a look at that too and make sure there's no contradiction or doubling up. So it sounds like Wildlife Act. Sounds like that's pretty comprehensive. Is there anything else that you can point to?
So for, like I noticed in your bylaw outright right now, sorry, you have a vicious dog act. In the provincial act, there's no giants, there's no Burmese, there's no rectics, there's nothing that could potentially cause harm to a human. So no crocodilians, no alligators, no caimans. And even the species that are hypothetically dangerous, you would have to be allergic to the animal to begin with to have any danger. So there are species called rear-fanged, and they actually envenomate their prey as they're swallowing it. So the chance to be envenomated by these animals are incredibly rare. And you wouldn't know you were allergic to it until you hypothetically stuck your finger down his throat, kind of thing. Again, not a common practice. We don't do that in the hobby. And so for things like arachnids or any of the dart frogs, anything that was proposed to be dangerous, again, you would have to be severely allergic to these animals to begin with. And again, it's a very, very rare thing to happen. As of most spiders that we deal with in the hobby, children can play with them. The most dangerous thing that's going to happen is actually the fangs going into your skin, and that's going to cause a lot of harm. The venom that these animals and the poisons that are expected to hear from like dart frogs don't have enough of a severity in it to cause any harm. So when you see poisonous animals listed and they are not poisonous, we just want clarification on the language so it looks, again, just not informed. I'm trying to think of the proper words. I'm on like 2 hours of sleep.
No, you're doing great.
Yeah. No, that's excellent. Thank you. Honestly, I think that gives me the information we need. We just want to make sure, since you reference another piece of legislation, it's important that we look at that as well. So thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I also think it's important that with changes to legislation that are coming, including with Bill 20, the provincial government's made it very, very clear, even clearer than it was before, that bylaws need not be superseding anything that is already in provincial legislation, thus giving the province the power to come back and amend your bylaw, if you will, if you are doing things that are outside of the scope and or that are trying to supersede a provincial bylaw. So I do think it would be good to ensure that these things are in line. Is there any other questions that we had for members of the public? Okay. With that, are there any final questions or comments that we have for administration at this time? Councillor Grant.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
that was like a half hand.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were
Councillor
Warsowski go. Thank you through the chair to administration. I would like administration to look at the fact that, I'm not one to add bylaws and more laws and more laws and more laws and really try and control something. I think the crux of the issues are nuisances, and we in large have nuisance bylaws. And I think if we apply our nuisance bylaw more strictly or in a better manner, that we wouldn't have to control each individual instance. So that's my recommendation.
Okay. Any other comments, questions for administration? Remember, we are going to be talking to the specifics of the bylaw here in a moment after public hearing. Deputy Mayor Narayan.
I'll come back.
You come back? Okay. Councillor Warzel?
No.
Okay.
I'll speak to it only when we review the bylaw.
Going on my right side? Great. Thank you. Are there any final comments from administration?
Through administration to the chair, not at this time.
Great, thank you. So if not, then I would like to call for a motion to adjourn the public meeting. Councillor Warzanowski.
Move that council close the public hearing for bylaw 025-24 being the animal control bylaw at 9:39 a.m.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great. Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for your participation. And thank you to those who sent in. So what's going to happen now is now council is going to talk about the bylaw. And so you're going to hear us now debate several points within the bylaw, come up with some recommendations before it goes to second reading, right? So we will not be, I do not anticipate us at all approving this bylaw today. I do not see that happening because I do believe that there's going to be a number of recommendations. What you will see is a motion at least to approve second reading. But second reading, all that does, again, is we are not approving the bylaw. What we are doing is asking administration to go back and make all of those changes before we come back to third and final reading. Good? Everybody's good? Okay. Procedurally, council, I do know that there's been conversation about a number of things that were wanting to be looked at within the bylaw. So, council, I'm wondering, it is lengthy, but I'm wondering if there's going to be points where there's going to be more conversation than other. And so part of my recommendation was going to be, do we just want to go page by page? And then if you have something on that page, you just speak to it. Would that be a way that we would like to tackle this at this moment? I'm just worried that if we open it up, we're going to jump all through the bylaw and go back and forth.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I think that's the best.
Is that fair? Okay. So, table of contents. I'm going to guess nobody has an issue with the table of contents. Okay. Page 3. Page 4. So I believe Councillor Grant, part of what you were talking about was the nuisance part of the bylaws, and we do have a definition in here for animal nuisance. As a comment, I wonder if, to Mr. Barbie's point, the gentleman that wrote in, I wonder if this is part of what should be covered within the pigeon part of what he was talking about with nuisance. I say that as a general comment, because there is a section in here specifically about nuisance. Okay. Is there anything else on that page from anybody? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. 2 comments for through you to administration. 2.2 animal. The definition for animal is very similar to domestic animal. A little bit later, I'm just not sure if the intent of those is to mean 2 different things, because they're used differently in the bylaw. I think it would be good to clarify that a little bit. And then also a little bit below, under 2.3F, we're introducing a new word where it says stock, so disposal of dead stock. I wonder whether we could switch that out for a word that we already have defined, just to be incredibly clear about that, such as animal.
Thank you. Just as a point of procedure to CAO Edney, on a suggestion like that, Councillor Sambo is demonstrating that some more clarity is being sought between animal and domestic animal. Are we wanting administration to speak to that right now, or would that be something as part of the process of bringing back for third reading that will just happen?
Yeah, so through the chair to council, I think something that's important in this process is once we have our legal look at this, I have had a legal person, I guess, kind of review what was in the agenda package and had a lot of comments around these type of things.
Okay.
So if we make them known that we see that it's an issue, I think once we get through our process and we review it as administration, we have legal look at it, we get some dedicated input from the CPOs and take what's been put in through the public hearing. At that point, I think it'll give us an opportunity to just address that there's an issue versus try to address that issue right now today.
So would it be fair then that what we're going to do here this morning is we're going to flag issues, so to speak, similar to what Councillor Sambo just did, but we're not going to be asking administration nor is council necessarily going to be solving that today. That's going to be the work of administration that they're going to take back to bring back to us for third reading.
Correct. And so
Okay.
once you've given this second reading, we can bring it back to 6 more council meetings after this before you give it third reading. So
Correct.
there's lots of opportunity to go back and forth once we've got some of that input in place on the final draft.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. Was there anything else on, we're literally on page 4. Okay. Page 5. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you again, Your Worship. I have 2 items on this page. under both 2.5b and 2.6, it doesn't say anything about damage to people or injury to people. I think that would be important to add. Also, this one is a little bit of a larger conversation, Your Worship, but under 2.8, CAO means the Chief Administrative Officer or Director of Community Operations, etc. That's just different than the language we use in things like the procedural bylaw, where we basically just say Chief Administrative Officer or their designate. It's a flag for maybe consistency. Oh, hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I think that it should just be or Director of Community Operations should just be taken out of there since we don't designate that person.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair to council, it should say means Chief Administrative Officer or their designate.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
That's one of those changes we can make right now here.
Okay. Under 2.7, I had bite means any injury to the skin causing it to bruise, puncture, or break. I was wondering about something like, what if it tears clothes? Does that count as a bite? Because right now we're just mentioning skin. So I was just wondering if that could be something whether reviewed by legal and or in comparison to other bylaws. Page 6. Anything from page 6 from... Going from my left to my right, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Reading my notes as I have a few things on here. 2.13, controlled confinement, the seizure of a dog. I think that is a remnant from the past bylaw. I believe the intent of that would be to change it to an animal.
I had the same thing flagged, yep.
Okay. I believe that's it for this page.
Thank you. Okay. Page 7. The only thing I had flagged on there was 2.21, what about service dogs? But they are mentioned in other parts of the bylaw, so it might be okay, but perhaps Mr. Edney and Ledge Services, just a review to make sure that our guide dog and service dogs also align with whatever provincial legislation may be in place for service dogs and guide dogs. Page 8. Councillor Sambo.
Apologies, Your Worship. I was going back through my notes back to page 6. Just a question that you might know or through you to administration. This is talking about a significant amount of space in a backyard. We have other bylaws in place for decks and the amount of coverage in a backyard. Does this comply with that?
I'm sorry, Councillor Sambo, which point are you talking to?
Sorry, under 2.14 under
Okay.
coop and
Thank
the
you.
structures.
Mr. Callan. Sorry.
Through the chair to Councillor Sambo, yes, this is compliant with the city's land use bylaw.
Sorry, Mr. Morrison. I've only got 1.5 cups of coffee deep here. Page 21. Sorry, 8. Sorry, page 8. Yeah.
Keep going. Keep moving.
9. 10. So, Councillor Worzanowski?
No, I'll just thank you, Mayor Dean. Just while Councillor Sandbo is looking for her notes or reading through her notes, just a general comment through the chair and administration. You mentioned it earlier, Mr. Edney. In reviewing this, just a point of order when we do have our legal review it. We've suggested it in previous council meetings that when we do look at our definitions, if we have a master definition chart, let's try to start using that when we apply these definitions, but also as a point of order when it comes to legal and the way we display this information. If we do establish a definition, then throughout the document, that definition, that word needs to be either capitalized or bolded, because it is specifically defined. And I notice it's in lowercase in many scenarios. So that's just a comment while Councillor Sandbo gathers her notes.
So mine on page 10 would be prohibited animals listed under F is beehives, and I know that Councilor Worzanowski, you are I was surprised. And so what I would say is, as a general comment under 2.39, the points that were brought up by Cody during the public hearing, I would like us to make sure that we review all provincial legislation to make sure that our prohibited animal definitions are in line and do not in any way supersede what's in the provincial legislation. I see him nodding. That seems to be positive. Okay, good. So if we could just make sure that we do that, I think that could be a section where that possibly was being spoken to during the public hearing.
Yeah, and through the chair to council, I'll just elaborate on that comment. That's entirely correct. We can't write any bylaw that overrules or supersedes provincial legislation. So if we do see anything in there, that'll be part of legal's review, and we'll just have to either remove it or acknowledge it to make it the same as the provincial legislation.
Great, thank you. Councillor Schindler.
On 2.39, I just want to give props to 2.39B, including alien animals into the into our bylaw. I mean, yeah, we should be prepared for when they do land, and you know, we get some alien animals. Otherwise, I'm not sure we need that in there. We have non-indigenous and non-native following that, but just in case we want to keep, you know, aliens in control. Yeah.
I know.
Just let's do it. Tribbles. Yep. Here we go.
I don't know what just happened there.
I needed to bring some levity to this. Sorry.
Page 11. Councillor Sandbo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A flag back on page 8, 2.29F. That sentence is not making sense. Needs some review. I had also flagged on page 9 the same we were just discussing, 2.35. I think defining ownership this rigidly might cause some issue. It says later in the bylaw that the burden of proving ownership would be on the individual, but that gets really complex if two people are claiming ownership. So I'm not sure how we address that, but that's super complex. For page 11, my question was, again, under 2.42 seizure enclosures, and there's some specifications. Secure, not seizure, secure enclosures. Have these specifications been run by, I assume, engineering or something like that, making sure that these are likely to be safe structures to have on someone's property? Just wanting to check that box.
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, while our in-house engineering team has not taken a look at this is consistent with other animal control bylaws from other municipalities.
On page 11, I just had, again, sorry, I feel like I'm being repetitive now. 2.5 and 2.41 seem to talk about the same thing. So both mention running at large. So just 2.5 and 2.41. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, through the chair. Not to back us up anymore. I'm the last person that wants to do that, but 2.35 on ownership there. What's the qualifying sentence there? Do you need to meet all these conditions, or if you meet one condition, are you an owner?
As the through the chair to Councillor Grant, as the bylaw is written, one of these conditions would satisfy it. Although after a legal review, we can get greater clarification.
Okay, I just want to. I'm assuming that's not going to be the only one, so I just want to preface that we probably need to identify: are all these clauses needed, or are individual clauses enough?
Okay, page 12. Going right, going left. Page 13. Going right, going left. My only question on, oh, sorry, Councillor Schindler, go ahead. No, Councillor Schindler, go ahead.
I believe we should include a definition for venomous in there. I know that we do
Under where, sorry?
Sorry, in between 2.49 and 2.5. We don't have a definition for venomous. We actually don't refer to venomous animals in the bylaw, and we probably should. Venomous being, as discussed earlier, the difference between poison and venom is very distinct. So.
Okay, thank you. The only question I had, and this is just, it says at least 16 weeks of age. I'm assuming that's because it's based on other bylaws and things like that as to why the hens have to be 16 weeks when we get them.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Page 14. Right? Left? Oh. No? Yes, you good? Okay. 15. Right? Left? Good. 16. Left? Right? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Under 4.2a, it says the CAO may carry out or direct inspections. I'm wondering if that is consistent with other bylaws that the City of Chestermere has, or just in general, if it's a best practice to give the CAO authority to carry out inspections on people's properties.
So through the chair, I can answer that. So that's actually something I think that's in the MGA. That is one of the authorities. Of course, as the CAO, I'm not ever going to do that. I'm delegating that then to our peace officers or somebody under one of our designated officer bylaws. But that's the way it's worded through the MGA as a CAO responsibility unless otherwise designated.
Yep. 17. Councillor Warzanowski?
Yeah, just checking my notes here. Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, I have a few comments on 17. Going back to your comment earlier, Mayor Dean, in regards to bee colonies being a prohibited animal, so to speak, unless you have a valid license, but it also states that you have to have an emotional support animal. Bees are typically not emotional support animals. They don't really talk to you or provide that kind of support, although they are therapeutic in their own way. Previously in the bylaw and then later in the bylaw, it does talk about bee colonies kind of being allowed with some limitations. I would suggest that there are a lot of beekeepers in the community and they don't keep them as emotional support animals, so that would be a suggestion that I would propose to administration and ledge services. And then also under 5.2F, species deemed to be dangerous or infectious by a medical officer or health or veterinarian. I think those are all good commentary, but one of our members of the public also indicated that there is provincial legislation that may define that further, so that might be the place to add, or as defined in other legislation.
Thank you. Councillor Schindler?
I'm going to come up with a little contention here. I think that 5.2b should be. I think we should allow potbelly pigs in the city. I've seen great support for them, and they're clean and quiet, and I don't see any reason why we should not allow them.
Okay, thank you. The only comment, two comments. First of all, Councillor Warzanowski, if we get Councillor Schindler's alien bees, maybe they'll start talking to us. But under section 5.3, I had, could we list other events? So we do have organizations that do events that are not necessarily city events. I am sure that there's the implied that if it's happening in the city, it's a city event. But I do know that we do have animals that do show up at other events, and I just was wondering if we just list the word other events as E. Okay, 18. 19.
Oh, wait.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just a suggestion to the chair, administration, and to ledge services. 6.1, that there is a annual purchase license for some of these animals. Maybe to make it easier, listening to the public again, just maybe a lifetime application might be a suggestion for certain animals for their lifetime potentially. For example, as a beekeeper, bees are typically kept year after year after year and not really much changes. So I don't know if it's necessarily to have, other than maybe collecting some revenue from residents, to have a more than an annual license for some of these animals.
Thank you.
I do have another comment on that same page, and that is, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Councillor Grant, sorry.
Thank you, through the chair. I would like to echo Councillor Warzanowski's comments. I'm not big on charging fees for every little thing, so I think that's a great idea, that a one-time fee when you first get your animal, you come, you register it, and for the lifetime, you're good. I understand that has revenue complications, but I think it's a holistic approach. I think it accomplishes what we need to accomplish, and make sure everybody's still applying by the rules at the end of the day.
Okay. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question or two comments. 6.1, I believe it's missing the B license as well. And then my other comment is in relation to both Councillor Schindler's note about the potbelly pigs and now discussing this item of lifetime license. How will we discuss these things? Are we making note of these ones that might need further discussion, or should we debate them now? Would you like to wait until the next version?
I have a few comments on that. First, I'll start with Mr. Edney, though, because he's got the gopher thing going on.
Through the chair to council, that was going to be actually a suggestion I was just going to make is there's these ideas coming out, but that's what we're looking for, is what's council's decision on some of these. So simple definitions and typographic things are important, but I don't think it's administration's purview to decide whether we should have potbelly pigs or not. I think that's council's purview. So I would recommend having that discussion sooner than later of whether that is something you want to, the material substance of the bylaw, if it's something you want to change now or before third reading can be a time to have that debate. But from my perspective, as I listen to some of the recent comments, I don't think we would change them because they're opinions, and I'm not sure if they're the opinion of all the council or just one councillor. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
What I would suggest is that we continue what we're doing. Comments like this we should capture. And what I would suggest is legislation, ledge services, any comment that you feel that fits under what Mr. Edney is saying of this is what we'd want a directional council. Let's bring back to the GAP meeting on October 15th. I do not necessarily share the sentiments of Councillor Grant and Councillor Warzanowski on this one for a few different reasons, but I also want to have like a greater conversation about that because I think there's all kinds of implications with that. I'm not saying that it's a bad idea, but what I would like to do is be able to flesh that idea out more. Same with the potbelly pigs. I would love to be able to flesh that out. For us to do it right now, I am no expert on a pig. They're super cute, but I'm no expert on this, and so I think it would be good to give us some time. So ledge services, if we can, let's maybe track. These are the things that ledge services can just do on their own. Here are some things that council we want some more direction on. That is kind of the purpose of our governance and priorities meeting anyway. So if we could just, would that work for your concern there, Mr. Edney?
Yes, through the chair, that would be perfect.
Awesome. Councillor Sambo, does that meet with your?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship.
Good. Okay. Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to members of council. And yeah, thanks for bringing that up because, like you, I'm no expert on potbelly pigs either. The other thing that I wasn't quite, I don't feel very educated about are bees. It wasn't on my radar, and I'd definitely like to know more about bees and beekeeping, and that's definitely, if it could appreciate being brought back to our GAP meeting. so we can have a better understanding if we're making a decision on it.
Yeah, and I think it would be good too that if Councilor Wozzanowski has a heads up that we're going to have a further discussion, whether I know that this is something that he's passionate about, so maybe we give him some leeway at a GAP meeting to talk about that more, and or if Councilor Wozzanowski so chooses, he could speak with people from the beekeeping community to come in on the 15th and specifically talk about bees, which may help us make a more informed decision.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean, and for everybody else, if you haven't noticed, I am a beekeeper, so I am passionate about it. So thank you for bringing it up to the next GAP meeting, and I would also suggest for anybody, I think this great idea, Mayor Dean, to bring this up to GAP. Let's get everything kind of itemized and listed, and then we can talk about those things, and we can then make decisions and give administration direction on potbelly pigs, bees, whatever the case may be.
Agreed. Okay, on to page 20. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think 6.13, 6.14 is an item that requires a robust debate. Could flag that one.
I completely agree. I think we could spend the next 45 minutes debating this one, and so I would put that certainly on the list of ones that we're going to debate and talk about, because I know it is a bit of a contentious issue of why the limit on these specific animals. Councillor Grant was first, but are you good? Okay, Councillor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and to the chair also. I would ask the question, indoor versus outdoor. Again, we had members of the public talking about indoor pets, which don't really affect the public. And when it comes to these animals in section 6.13 and 6.14, they are more related to pets that you would see outdoor, whether they're on leash or not, which also has its own level of debate, as can be expected. I just make the comment, just hearing the public today, that there is a fundamental difference between indoor and outdoor pets, and that should be considered as we write this bylaw and we bring it to the next GAP meeting.
Great, thank you. Page 22. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had one more for page 20.
Okay.
6.16B. Essentially, your dog or cat needs to be spayed or neutered. This doesn't capture folks who breed ethically or have show pets.
That's why that's appropriate. So it's because if you go to the fee schedule, I had the same thing flagged and I went and looked at the fee schedule. It's because there's a difference in the fees. Okay, page 22. The only one I had on this is, so we had somebody that was opposed to the bylaw and speaking about cats being a bit of a nuisance. Under domestic animal, cats are listed, and under A, it says ensure that the domestic animal is not running at large. So according to our new bylaw, should this pass the way that it would pass, that does then specifically address that issue, in my opinion. So that would be a change that is in this bylaw. That's a change from our old bylaw that would address that. The other one I had too, though, is ensure that animal, when not on the owner's property, is leashed and under control of the competent person. I think it should be and or under control, simply because of dog parks, right? So I take my dog to the dog park and the dog is not on a leash, right? But it's under control, sort of. He's a puppy. He's 15 weeks and still figuring out his legs, let alone come. So I think it should be and or, simply because there was probably 15 dogs in that dog park last night running around playing, and none of them were on leash, right? But they were all coming to the owner when called. Okay, page, Councillor Schindler.
So if I may add to that, then rather than and or have unless otherwise or in an otherwise designated area.
Sure. Some wording like that. Yeah, some wording like that. Yep. Okay, thank you. 23. Councillor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just a small comment, and through the chair, administration to lead sheriff's question on the excessive noise under 7.8. I mean, dogs bark. We understand that, and you know, it's up to the owner to make sure that that's managed reasonably. Do we have a bylaw that has a curfew that would cover dogs being indoors after a certain amount of time, just like we would have the same for noise disturbances that are not animal related?
Through the chair, through Councilor Worzanowski, to answer your question, noise complaints are outlined in our community standards bylaw. So it would just be any noise, whether you're listening to music or arguing past, I believe it's 10 p.m. So dogs would be under that, but it wouldn't specifically about animal noise.
Excellent, thank you. That covers it. Then no change to 7.8.
Page 24. Councilor Worzanowski.
Just one comment again. Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair, administration, and through Ledge Services. Under defecation 7.12, you've heard it from the public hearing, and nobody likes having any extra on their lawns, and it says it's up to the owner to make sure that any defecation is cleaned up by the owner. Where in obvious places, such as public places and private property, do we also have a bylaw that ensures that they clean up on their own property? You heard it from, we do.
It's in here.
Oh, it's in here, and I may have
You have to
missed
do
that
it
then.
at least once a month.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. If that's covered, then I'll stop talking.
Yeah. No. No, it is in here. It's at least once a month on your own property. Okay. Page 25. 26. 27.
Sorry, Mayor Dean.
No need to apologize.
Just going back to page 25.
Okay.
Under domestic animals in prohibited areas 7.18, it suggests that no animals to enter and remain on school property. I would suggest that after school and on weekends and during summer that, I mean, we see people walking their pets through these properties all the time, so I don't think we should limit them from being able to do that.
So then maybe something as simple as during school hours.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
Is that something that the school board is requesting, or are we just doing that for them out of our own fruition?
It's a great point too. I think also bylaws are also intended as a enforcement and guide issue, if you will, right? And so if you're following the bylaw and not being a pain or a nuisance to the community, right? It's when you're affecting the reasonable, in my opinion, you're affecting the reasonable enjoyment of life of others, right? So to your point, Councilor Worzanowski, yeah, we see lots of people out running their dogs, playing fetch with their dog in a school field at 7 o'clock at night because it's fun, right? And so they might be doing that. However, if it then is becoming a nuisance and there's kids trying to play there and that dog becomes a problem, that's when bylaw becomes involved, right?
Yeah, and further to my comment, you know, I bring that up because my kids went to Rainbow Creek, and there's a lady that does monitoring at recess, and she has a dog, and the school board does not care, the teachers do not care, and the kids love it. So I'm, you know, if it's not a problem, why do we make it a problem?
Right. That's fair. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think for our purposes, schools are private property, right? So it's covered by everything else in here. If the schools allow animals on, leashed, unleashed, that's up to them. I don't think we need to put it in here at all.
So we're suggesting take out school sites. You don't think it's our job? Because the school could do it. School's private property. It's fair. I see a lot of hands going here. Okay, Councillor Rondawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree school is private property, but public house is also private property, and we are making bylaws for the public as well. I think we can keep as is, and It's leave it up to the school board how they want to, unless it's any complaint. At least we have bylaw written for it in case we need to take action as a city. Further.
Mr. Edney.
So through the chair to council on this particular topic, I would suggest we consult with the school boards and see what they would like to have. You've heard me say it a number of times. I'm a big proponent of, if we have a rule, we enforce it. If we're not going to enforce it, let's not have a rule. So
Agreed.
if we don't need to have a rule in here, or we just want to write something to, as designated by the school board, or whether this posted sign is good enough. I know a lot of the schools have that posted sign on in places on their fences saying no dogs allowed. So
Yeah.
we'll find a way to capture this that makes sense
Okay.
to the community.
Councillor Schindler.
If I may add another adage through you to administration to Kent, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. What this does is it gives the school the ability to call bylaw if someone's bringing their dog to the playground where the kids are playing and the dog is chasing the kids. We don't want to have dogs playing where kids are playing. That's just a big thing. I know my kids were always chased by dogs. I don't take my kids to the dog park for that very reason. That's the dogs' play area, and the kids' play area is the school ground. And last thing a parent needs is their kid running through running through the field because the dogs are there at night and stepping in some dog poop. It's quite clean in the playground areas, and we just don't need to have that. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's no issues right now.
So our bylaw actually covers dogs chasing humans anywhere, so including in a dog park and defecation. So our bylaw so the point being that, why are we specifically highlighting a school site if we don't need to? Because if your child gets chased by a dog in a school site, or at John Peak Park, or on his own street, it's actually the same law. Right, because we already have a at-large and or animal acting aggressive. It doesn't matter where that animal does that. Technically, in a dog park, even though humans understand that it's a little bit different, i.e. like I almost got wiped out last night by a dog going 100 miles an hour past my knee. That was fun. I understand that when I'm in a dog park, my risk goes up a little bit because the dogs are just ripping, right? But our bylaw actually says that anytime a dog is aggressive chasing, it's not location specific. So anywhere where that happens, your child is protected via the bylaw.
I go on the side of prevention. I'd rather it be in there and the dogs be prohibited than to just take it on chance that the dog is not going to bite a kid running around.
That's fair. I would say two things on this. One, Mr. Edney, let's follow your suggestion of following up with school boards. Two, Councillor Schindler is, to his point, this I believe would go on to the October 15th under the list of council needs to put up a hand whether they vote to having playground included or not. It becomes a vote is the way. So the way that I see this playing out is on those things that Ledge Service is going to bring back. We're going to make some decisions, and however those decisions go, that's the way we go. Good. Okay. Page 26. 27. The only one I had for 27 is why the CAO. So 7.23E shall immediately report this information to the CAO and a veterinarian. Could it not just be to the city? Right? I just think that you have a lot to do, and I don't know if you need to take that phone call. I think that can go to the front desk and they can route accordingly. Okay.
Would that be designate as well? CAO and designate? So the CAO can designate someone to...
Well, the CAO can always designate, but in this one specifically, it says that the person who keeps a domestic animal, prohibited animal, and who knows that they have rabies shall immediately report this information to the CAO. So the action's not on the CAO. This is on the person. So if I have a dog and my dog has rabies, this tells me I have to phone Kent. And I'm saying, I don't know Kent. right? Because I'm Joe Public that lives down there, and I don't even know who the CAO is. What I'm saying is immediately has to contact the city. Then it's our job, right? Then it's the city's job to do what we do all day, every day, and disseminate that information properly.
That's what I was just saying. Should we add in the CAO or their designate so you can designate?
No, I apologize, Councillor Schindler. I think you're missing it.
I'm missing it.
We don't want the person to have to contact the CAO.
Right.
That's what this says.
They want to contact the city.
Perfect.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Page 28. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Under 8.2, is that correct? Yes, it is. This is another example where we seem to get really specific, but it manages to exclude some things. Maybe just a review of that because, for example, it doesn't say bees. So maybe that's captured under animal, but maybe it could just say or neglect any animal to make sure that everything is captured.
Okay. Thank you. Page 29. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and I apologize through the chair to Mr. Edney. Just again, more regarding the definitions under 9.2, the owner of a vicious animal, and I'm sure we have to review the entire document, but vicious animal is defined, so it should be capitalized. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So then if I can take what Councillor Sambo just said and bring it back to the definitions. I'm looking at the definition of animal, and I see that it doesn't include insects or arachnids or something like that. Should we broaden that definition? It just says bird, reptile, amphibian, or mammal, excluding humans and wildlife. And if we're talking about shall not tease or torment, annoy, abuse, injure, neglect any animal, then we should broaden that definition. Does that make sense? Sorry. Yes?
Yeah, quickly through the chair
Edney.
to council. Yeah, that's something we'll have legal look at these definitions too, to be more encompassing.
Good. Awesome. Okay. Page 29. I think that's one I just did. Page 30. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is about this entire section. I'm looking for some clarity. It's unclear to me if there is a difference between a vicious dog and a vicious animal, or if we're just accidentally changing between those two. And then also, it sounds like there is a provincial legislation for vicious dogs with a very specific definition. I'm wondering if we're duplicating any of that legislation in here. Just some more context on that.
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, I noticed that as well, so that's something we'll report back on.
Yeah, I would say I agree. There's a few things throughout the Section 9 that I'd like to. I feel like this is the one section that may have been a bit of a holdover from our. Because before, our animal control bylaw really was about dogs, and we called it animal control bylaw, and we kind of added some things in, to be honest. And I wonder if this is a bit of a holdover from that. So if we could just ask for a general review of Section 9 instead of going through, I agree with Councillor Sambo and Mr. Edney. And I think I'm seeing some nods to my left as well. Deputy Mayor is nodding. Councillor Warzone's nodding. So Warzanowski's nodding. So yeah. So I think a general just review of 9. So I'm going to make Councillor Grant exceedingly happy here. And we're going to jump then to Section 10. Oh! Perfect. Oh, I had it, Deputy Mayor! Almost. Bring him back, Councillor Grant. Bring him back!
Where's the coffee? Thank you. Maybe not thank you. Anyway, Your Worship. And again, just to add to that, yes, I completely agree that Section 9 definitely needs a revamp and to be taken to legal. Especially, there's a part that really concerns me, and that's the 9.16 that refers to the CEO essentially being the final line of appeal in the event a dog is rendered vicious, and then there's a process where that particular decision is then appealed to the CEO. I'm not sure around the legality around that because it's still what's happening is administration has made a decision, and then an appeal is being brought to the head of administration. What has happened previously is when a dog is rendered vicious and an appeal is made, that appeal is made to council, and then council deliberates on that in camera, and then council kind of works as that quasi-judicial group to see whether the decision made by administration was correct or not. So maybe, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing, but I think it definitely needs to be looked at. Cheers. Now we can move on.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can I then, so with that understanding that 9 is going to get a full kind of review / overhaul, can we go to section 10? Okay. So section 10 actually starts on page 37. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I do have a few comments in section 10, specifically on this page. And through the chair, administration, and to Mrs. Vandermeer, so under section 10.3B, horses or livestock, are allowed if they're at an event. Though we do know that there are residents that have horses or livestock. This is, specific to them, but also I'm sure it's a broader thing. I mean, we have to consider, potentially a grace period or a grandfather for some of those animals. And before you answer that question, I think I reviewed this bylaw a number of weeks ago, so my memory is skipping me at the moment. Where is the definition of the border of where this bylaw applies? Because we do have some rural residents that are still within the city limits of Chestermere that have larger properties, acreages, and the like, that have far more animals that you would expect to see in the urban community of Chestermere.
So up in section 10.2, it says, unless so permitted by the CAO, no person shall allow a horse or owned or controlled by owner to be in a park or pathway within the city of Chestermere municipal boundaries, and if said livestock has been grandfathered in prior to the bylaw. So it is covered.
And thank you, Mayor Dean. Again, when it comes to the question about the borders as well, is that covered anywhere in the bylaw through the chair, administration, and to Ms. Vandermeer or legislative services?
Through the chair, through Councillor Warzanowski, certain designations of land, such as residential, recreational, farmland, that's all outlined in our land use bylaw.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
So it doesn't need to be
Thank you.
outlined
Good.
here because it's outlined in another bylaw.
Yeah. I would like to see section 10.4 some basically anywhere. So right now it says highway or pathway immediately, but when we do a parade, right, depending on where those horses get offloaded and things like that. So I don't think we need to be as specifically. Basically, if your horse defecates, clean it up. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Schindler.
I know my wife would be against having the horse defecation cleaned up because she seems to love that. But yeah, I know. Again, 10.6, I would just want to bring that up, is the potbelly pig thing, and so we can have that further debate on 10.6 coming up in our gap.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Back to 10.5 as we're still on that page. Pigeons are listed. I know some of the written submissions in opposition to the bylaw, there is some definition around the pigeons. I'm just curious, through the chair, administration, again through to legislative services and Mrs. Vandermeer. Pigeons are listed as one of those therapeutic animals, but it also has the exception of people being able to own pigeons if they're part of this Canadian Racing Pigeon Union or the Fanciers Association. Was that just kind of copy pasted from what we've seen in former municipalities? And if so, I'm curious why they would put that in there and why people actually keep pigeons, because I'd be willing to guess that people keep pigeons for other reasons other than being part of the Canadian Racing Pigeon Union or the Fanciers Association. So that's something that we should also review, because you can see there's a lot of feedback from our residents during our next GAP meeting. So I just want to bring that forward. Whether it be how many, do they have to be part of this association, and also whether they are supposed to be a therapeutic animal or can just be a pet. In addition to all of the other drawbacks that not just pigeons have in regards to their defecation and cleanliness and everything like that. So let's make sure that's on our GAP meeting as well, please.
Good. Okay. Page 38, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't believe that we define an exotic animal in the definitions or elsewhere in the bylaw. I think this section could have some additional review.
To the points too that we had brought up earlier, I think this is where we need to make sure that 10.7, 8, 9, and 10 align with any provincial legislation. Okay. Section 11, so starting on page 39. Page 40. Page 41.
Yes.
Councillor Warzanowski.
I'll just start. I have a number of issues. There is some definitions here, thank you, Mayor Dean, in regards to the definition of bees, which again, we can further define this during our next GAP meeting. Beekeepers keep their hives in many different ways, so the definitions here shouldn't be so strict for them, whether they keep 4 supers or in the front yard or rear yard. I can tell you bees don't care, so that's something that we should, some of that detail in 11.15, 17, also 11.18. So some of those comments, I just, there's definitely some work that needs to go into the definition of what is a hive, where it can be, and things like that. And then that's my only commentary. But there's plenty that can be redefined here that makes it easy for beekeeping if we want to be if the city of Chestermere wants to be a beekeeping friendly community, pun intended.
So I would say that given what we had talked about earlier, I think that whether it be yourself or if you are going to invite some other members of our community to come on the 15th, we've talked about the idea of having that as a further discussion. I think section 11 could just, we could list it as, I'm starting to anticipate what we're going to see at the October 15th meeting is when we create the agenda for it at our agenda prep meeting, I could see us listing the different sections that we're going to talk about specifically as per what we had talked about. And I think section 11 will be a part of that. Councillor Schindler?
Through the chair to administration, does the city still have the urban beekeeping program sponsored by the city of Chestermere? I thought we had that still.
Councillor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through the chair to Councillor Schindler, there is a beekeeping community that's supported through the Rocky View Chestermere Ag Society. It is on life support at the moment, and I know that the Ag Society is the ones who support that, not specifically through the city, but indirectly the Ag Society is supported through the city. So there is an effort. I'm trying to take the lead on that personally to help get beekeeping more prevalent in the community and get our youth involved as we look at growing our beehives next spring. I will say and add that they do have, the Ag Society specifically does have a budget to put in bees into the city of Chestermere.
I would love to be a part of that.
Page 42. 43.
Sorry.
Councillor Schindler?
I just had a quick edit on 11.27 D. We're using imperial units. I'm wondering if we should switch that to metric. We're using metric in all the other points in this bylaw.
Page 44. 45. 46. 47. Oh, sorry, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. 2 items. 12.3, no person shall provide false or misleading information. I would suggest just to the city. We wouldn't want them calling in and saying something false for their license application either. My other comment is about 12.2. I would be of the opinion that we don't need 12.2. Open to debate or consensus or what have you.
Well, this just says that if you change something, you have to let us know. So if you move because your address is a part of that.
For 12.2, Your Worship, it's talking about
sorry, I was
strays.
reading 12.1.
Yeah.
My bad. Let me read the one you said to read now, and then I'll. Good.
So this one basically says if you take in what you think is a stray or a stray for a couple of days, that you need to notify the city.
Yeah, I mean, we could add that as a debate. I think it would be good to do that because letting a bylaw officer know, because what if that animal's not actually a stray and does belong to somebody else? And right, I do think that it's good to inform as a just in case measure so you don't get accused of stealing somebody's animal.
I would argue that that might be theft.
Yes, which is why you might want to give a heads up.
Well, again, I think that's covered under theft. It doesn't need to be here.
No, but I see what you're saying.
But also, would they have a license? That animal should technically have a license, so they should have a license on them.
I think, yeah.
So
I think the
would be straight.
intent is that if you take one in, let the city know so the city could help reunite with owner, I think is the intent.
Your Worship, if I may, this definition, or the way this is worded, this would say if someone didn't do that, they could theoretically be fined under this bylaw. And I think some people might choose not to do that for many reasons, including they might have easier means of finding owners. There are Facebook groups, you take them to a veterinarian for chips, that kind of thing. So if it needs further debate, we could bring it to the GAP meeting.
Yeah, let's add 12.2 then to that. Okay. Yep. Page 47. 48. 49. 50. The only question I had about 50 is why is it no less than 5 days? Does that mean we're holding on to the animal for a minimum 5 days? Bottom, sorry, 13.6. That seems to be an opportunity to just rack up a fine for possibly no reason.
Sorry, through the chair, your question was why 5 days?
Yeah.
I think it's to give the owner opportunity to come pick up their animal.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
why.
so we're not gonna, after 2 hours, potentially destroy that animal. Oh, yes. So actually, in my opinion, 5 days, in my prior roles I've seen,
Gotcha.
isn't necessarily enough before we can go ahead and destroy an animal.
No, and I was reading it the other way that, like, if I want to go pick, I read it the other way that it was restrictive on the owner to pick up their animal.
Oh.
That they can't pick it up till after 5 days. That's how I read it. I agree fully with what you're saying, Mr. Edney. We want to give as much opportunity for that owner to either pick up the animal or have the animal rehomed. I accidentally read it the other way, that the animal has to be there for a minimum of 5 days, and I was like, well, why?
I think it needs some clarity.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, page 51.
Just if I can weigh in on this just
Yeah.
briefly. We don't have a facility to hold animals here in the city of Chestermere. So every time we pick up an animal, the bylaw enforcement officer has to take it into the city of Calgary, and there's a cost attached to that, and they also have a time frame that they put on it, which no matter if we wanted a longer length of time, that might be brought into question by the facility that's holding the animal.
So we should confirm if our bylaw timeline matches the timeline of the facility.
Indeed, we can.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's, well, I want to say that's an important provision for all of this part of us catching them is we may not have the ability to dictate any of that because we don't have our own facility.
Correct.
So we'll report back on that.
Okay. Page 52 and 53 and 54. Fantastic. Okay. So, as a point of procedure here, CAO and lead services, I don't know if we're ready to proceed with second reading. I think we should just make a motion to bring this back to the October 15th GAP meeting. So would it be possible to accept this now as information and then to have two motions, accept for information, and second one, second motion to be to bring back for discussion at the October 15th GAP meeting?
Yeah, through the chair, I think with the number of changes that need to happen in here, I think that's a good process.
Okay, so I would like a counselor to please make a motion to, just grab my agenda, I apologize. I would like a counselor to make a motion to accept the discussion on bylaw 025-24 being the animal control bylaw as information. Counselor Schindler?
I'll just wing it here. Okay, here we go. I move that council accept the discussion on bylaw number 025-24 being the animal control bylaw as information.
Great, thank you. Questions, comments? Call for the vote. I believe you're going to have to override the system since Councillor Warzanowski stepped out. Great, thank you. And then I will need a second motion to bring bylaw 025 look at there. Perfect, thank you, Lead Services. Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Move that Council direct administration to bring bylaw 025-24 being the animal control bylaw back to the October 15th, 2024 governance and priorities meeting.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. That's good legislative work there, everybody. We're going to take a 10-minute break, so we'll come back at 10:50. Thanks, everybody. Great. Thank you, everybody. We are just coming back out of our recess session, and as we had discussed at the beginning of our meeting, we are actually going to be moving item 12, which is our closed session, to now. We had said that we were moving it after our bylaws discussion, so we're going to actually move into our closed session. So, can I have a counselor make the motion to move into closed session under the two sections of FOIP, please? Councillor Sambo.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I move that council move into closed session at 10:55 a.m. to discuss the following. FOIP Part 1, Division 2, Section 24, advice from officials. Your Worship, do you want this motion to capture both?
Yes.
Okay. So, and FOIP Part 1, Division 2, Section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll just get both items completed. Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Oh, there we go. Again, we got to override this. There we go. Awesome. Thank you. That's great. So we're going to move into closed session. We'll have to empty council chambers. I anticipate about 25 minutes, but these guys always start a pool of how wrong I am on this. But I'm anticipating about 25 minutes. Good morning, everyone. We are just coming back from our recess, and I believe that we have 3 motions here coming out of our in-camera session. So we did that.
Yeah, we did that.
Yeah.
It was 11:49. It was passed successfully.
So our first one, Ledge Services, can we just do them in order?
I did them in order.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect, thank you. So 12.1. So can I have a counselor? We need the first. Are we doing 12.1 first? Yeah. So we need to do the enter negotiations first. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, because motion 2 would be after in relation to what we did in motion 1. Yeah. Yes, is that yes? Okay. So, can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Ryan.
I move that council enter into negotiations with Rocky View County for acquisition of the Chestermere Regional Recreation Centre.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Counselor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Friendly suggestion for an amendment. Could it be the Chestermere Regional Recreation Center lands?
Sure. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councilor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. My only comment is that this implies that this may imply to the other council that we're interested in purchasing it, which we may be, but there may be another alternative to acquiring the Chestermere Recreation Center land. So I'm curious if we should reword this accordingly.
I think acquisition provides for that opportunity. So whether that be, I think the how has yet to be defined. Right. This is the how we are going to do that is what's going to happen through those negotiations.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I would suggest then, in that case, you can say discuss ownership of the Chestermere lands.
Mr. Edney?
So through the chair, I may offer a piece of advice just on Councillor Worzanowski's comments of something to the effect of council enter into negotiations with Rocky View County to determine potential ownership structure of the Chestermere Regional Recreation Center might be something.
Do you want to make
Yes.
it?
Doesn't put you to, I agree with Councillor Worzanowski, acquire means you're only discussing the outright purchase of it.
So what if we? What if we even made it a little bit vaguer? Council into negotiations with Rocky View County with regards to Chestermere Recreation Center lands.
No, too vague.
Too vague now. Okay. To me, acquisition and ownership are the same thing. To own something.
Ownership structure sounds great.
Yeah, ownership structure.
They are different. Acquisition means you want to buy it. Ownership structure means you want to discuss who's going to buy it. And
Okay.
it may very well be the city of Chestermere, but that should be a council decision.
Well,
It also
yes, to your point, it will always be a council decision. This does not commit funds or money or anything. This is that we are allowed to go talk to them.
And through the council, or through the chair to council, ownership also allows for a partnership ownership.
That's fair. Okay. Deputy Mayor Ryan, would you like to restate the motion, please?
Most certainly. So I move that council enter into negotiations with Rocky View County to determine potential ownership structure of the Chestermere Regional Recreation Centre lands.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Great step forward, everyone. Second motion, please. This motion will need as discussed under item 12.1 during the closed session. Thank you. Can I have a counselor make the following motion? Oh, sorry. Yeah, so to Rocky View County.
Under agenda item 12.1 as discussed during closed session.
Yeah.
Just get rid of the as discussed.
The first as discussed. No, the first as discussed. There we go. Okay. Councillor Grant.
I move that council direct Mayor Dean to send a letter to Rocky View County under agenda item 12.1 as discussed during closed session.
Councillor Sambo.
Your worship, will it still be item 12.1 in the minutes since it was moved up?
Yes, because we just moved the item, right? So we just said,
Yeah, through the chair, you're correct. It's still item 12.1. We just changed the order in which we were discussing the items.
any other comments, questions? Thank you. Call for the vote. Great, thank you. Moving on to one more under closed session 12.2. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council direct the CAO to send a letter to related agenda item 12.2 as discussed.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Sorry, I didn't see the result. I mean, I can guess, but I don't think I'm allowed. Okay, I think we're re-voting, everybody. Great, and that's carried. Thanks, everybody. We are now moving on to, we'd be on to item 10.1 as we have a presentation from our library. And I would invite our library to come and, Mr. Edney, are you leading this or how is that working?
Yeah, through the chair, I'll just kick it off with the RFD here and then
Great,
turn
thank
it
you.
over to the library for their input. So we've got an item on the agenda here for Chestermere Public Library, additional funding. The recommendation to council is that council approve an additional funding allocation for 2024 to the Chestermere Public Library in the amount of $100,000 to be funded from the operating budget. So just a little bit of background. The Chestermere Public Library originally requested funding of $927,176. During the 2024 budgeting process, they received an allocation of $500,000 and a subsequent allocation of $100,000 in June 2024 for total funding of $600,000 to date. I've met with the library to discuss their needs, to discuss what's going on operationally with, I guess, the caveat of what's in my purview, which is very little. Miranda runs the library and does a good job of doing that. So really this recommendation is just to inform council that there is money available in our operating budget should you choose to allocate any money to the library at this time. So I will pass it over now to Miranda to do her presentation and give some background on the request.
Great, thank you. There you go.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Gonna put on my librarian glasses.
2 seconds.
Thank you so much, Your Worship, Mayor Dean and Council, for allowing the library to come and ask for an incremental funding ask for 2024. First of all, I'm here. My name is Miranda Johnson. I'm the Director of Library Services for Chestermere Public Library, and I am the sole employee of the City of Chestermere Library Board, and I'm here on their behalf to do this presentation. They would like to extend their congratulations on your election to council. Well done. As well as a public thank you for fundraising through your golf tournament for a project allocated to the library. We say thank you so much for that. We're very touched by that. And we've discussed with your CAO that we were hoping on a more regular basis to be allowed to come and do a non-budget presentation to focus on your return on investment through the library for the community. And we have, because we're on the front lines of community service, we have a very unique perspective on community needs that may be very useful to council. So hoping to come back and not ask for money next time, hoping to organize that. Our initial ask, as was stated by your CAO, in 2024, the Library Board asked for $927,176 for 2024. We were kept whole at $500,000, which was our previous year's allocation. We were given an extra $100,000. The board sent in a letter to council just saying that that was going to be a hardship for the library. And at that point, we were told by administration we might have the potential to come back for an additional ask in 2024. So that's kind of the background. It is the decision of the library board as a legal entity through the Alberta Libraries Act on how the money is used. But what's on the table right now to help us cope through the end of the year, increase open hours, more programming, add more public computers, add more staff supports to help us cope, as well as general operations coverage. We would also like to take out, we have a temporary office in our programming room, and this morning we had 47 attendees to story time, and so we need to take that office out and we need to start addressing increase our capacity. So investing in the library is an investment in the community. Our key messages here today, the library service demand continues to grow at an exponential pace, and I just gave you an example with story time. This year, unlike other years over the summer, we had increasing concerns from the community regarding limited programs and services, lots of other concerns which we feel are related to our funding. And our size of our space. The library adds significant value to the community, and in Alberta, local municipalities are responsible for the vast majority of library funding. So we do have some other funding through the province of Alberta, which usually remains pretty static, and through Rockview County, which actually cut our funding in recent years. So driving today's ask are our business challenges. And I think this is a really good example of what we're dealing with at the library in terms of our summer reading program. From 2021 to 2024, an 835% increase in participants, and we added capacity in by adding extra programming, and we felt it just didn't even meet the need, but we did what we could. Our business challenges below there, post-COVID service delivery, increasing delivery to meet community expectations, space requirement, and limited operations funding, creating the exponential demand and population growth causing considerable annual budget pressures. And of course, now we have inflation. And in a difficult economy, more people use the library. So we're dealing with that as well. I just recently had a chat too with the CEO of Calgary Public Library, and I said, please don't send Calgary people our way because we're dealing with enough right now. From a library patron, the Chestermere Public Library seems to be a visible cornerstone of our community, and I'm grateful for the membership and programs offered to us. When so many costs of living are rising, it's wonderful to have a library that's this accessible, familiar, and free. So just more details for council, so you can see on the right-hand side from the provincial government is the provincial and municipal support for public library service. This is the most recent graph from 2021, stating that average per capita for our population, $28.90, with an additional $100,000 to help us cope through the end of the year. And we'd like to come back for 2025 and discuss that, if you'll have us. And escalated for inflation. We're really looking at the $28.90 being more like $33.87 per capita, but even with the $28.90 from 2021, we are still going to fall quite below average. And we're just asking for help from council to help us move from just barely coping to service delivery directly to the community. Just we are a community-driven service. We're on top of community needs. We're working collaboratively with other community organizations for collective action. We're providing infrastructure for other community organizations, including space to meet and other supports. On highlight number 2, you can see some of the additional increases in use, including Wi-Fi sessions, website visits, and program attendance. The scope of cradle, we provide a scope of cradle to grave municipal library services, and you can read all those. Demand for library services has outpaced service delivery capability. And added to this, we're also, because we're on the front lines of community service, we're also addressing and seeing social issues, mental health, homelessness, social isolation, and food security. So we're working internally and collaboratively with other organizations to deal with these issues. And as accessibility to within transportation to this community, we're going to see an increase in those issues. Library service is municipally based, and the library adds significant and sustained value to the community, and great cities invest in public libraries. And that's it.
Great, thank you. So normally on a presentation like this, we've done them at the GAP meeting. So if it's okay with CAO and our ledge services, I'd like to take the liberty as chair then just to open up to questions like we would in a GAP. And I believe we're fine within our procedural bylaw to do so, because so I believe that's under the purview of the chair. So I would like to, looking right to left, if there's any questions for our presenter. Councillor Samble.
Thank you, Your Worship. And my question through you, through Mr. Edney and to our presenter. So our library is real small. Our library is really, really small. And I know a lot of the comparable libraries have more adequate space for their population levels, and we don't. So I'm wondering, when you folks have done the analysis of that per capita that people get, how much of that typically goes towards servicing a larger facility versus other things? And if that per capita was to increase now, before we have adequate space, how would that work? What would that really look like?
I anticipated you would ask that. I think that is a very fair question. So we're still dealing with the increased population. We're still dealing with the demand. I think that I think that's fair. Our comparator library, Cochrane Public Library, is 8,000 square feet, which is not far off from what we have at 5,500. During the summer, we use the outside space, so we consider that an additional space, and probably in the spring and into the a fall as well. So we consider that an extra space for us. And we just put in for a grant, which we're hoping we'll get today, to have a community library, a community garden outside, so that we can have that additional space. So I think that's fair, but something to keep in mind that we're still dealing with that increased population. We're still dealing with decreased demand. Our offering of programming is pretty similar to Cochrane, so even though we have a smaller space, we're cramming it all into our little space. And We've really looked at the efficiency of the space as well, in terms of we've opened up the middle part of the library to do programming in. We sometimes do programming in the small area where the laptop bars are for book clubs. So we're really using all of the space to do programming and events.
Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, through the chair, to the presenter. I have a question about memberships. I didn't notice any membership numbers in here. I'm kind of wondering what the trend is in memberships over the years, so we can, it just makes it easy to see, okay, we are seeing that increase. I mean, it's obvious out there, it's obvious in the traffic, for sure. I'm sure you have a metric to show that. I would just like to see it.
Yeah, so we usually pull that together at the end of the year.
Okay.
We have to submit an annual report with statistics, and at that point we'll have that. We are seeing increasing door count, and you do not have to have a membership to use the library according to the Alberta Libraries Act. So that's why I had that conversation with the CEO at Calgary. I said, could we come up with a strategy, because we can't have a lot of people here from Calgary as well. Our focus needs to be Chestermere and area. So we will bring that. But last year we had almost 10,000 members, which is almost a third of the community. We will see an increase this year as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair, administration, to the presenter. I see a metric here, the per capita metric, which I understand, and I understand the reality of not being able to serve our residents. But I do have a question in regards to our operational expenses. Who reviews that, and how do we come up with those numbers, and what metrics do we follow to ensure that we're meeting, that we're spending the residents' money wisely and responsibly?
First and foremost, council appoints an auditor, and we have the for the library, City of Chestermere Library Board, and so we are audited annually, and we are required to submit that audit. Every year we pass our audit. Last year we got an A. They said we had done a very good job. In terms of how we determine our own operations, we use comparator libraries, we use provincial statistics, which I've brought you, and we do what we can. And we're here today to say we're increasingly constrained, and an extra $100,000 would help us to meet as many of the community members' needs as we can. We understand that there's limiters in space, but we're really trying, and we need support to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. If I may, through the chair, I have two more questions, and they'll both be short. One question is, we haven't disclosed the earnings from our most recent charity golf tournament. Will that affect your ask in regards to what you're looking for here?
So first of all, thank you again for fundraising on behalf of the library. It is our understanding through your CAO that will be a project-based grant. It will not be general operations. So no.
Okay, and I think you've illustrated this, and again, through the chair, through administration and the presenter. Simple question. What if we don't give you the money?
I think, so when we came in June to say that we needed an extra at least 65 to keep the doors open, we were looking at cutting operations hours. I don't think that we would be looking at something as drastic, but we are going to be having increasing concerns from the community in terms of we can't get into your programs, we can't get into the library because you don't have enough operating hours. I think it just helps us to better cope. I mean, is the library going to shut down? No, but I think the community is going to be, is expressing concern and will continue to express concern. And I think that we will be circling the concerns back to council because we're doing everything we can.
Councillor Samble. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Samble.
Thank you, Your Worship. That question also flagged for me. I know libraries need to submit their audited financial statements to the city, but I don't think I've seen them yet. Could we get a copy of those at some point? That would just be really interesting to see. The other thing I was wondering through the chair to administration is we also historically have provided other benefits to the library that are not included in this appropriation. So things like, I believe the library doesn't pay for space downstairs and some other services like that. Do we have any information on those numbers at this point?
So in the spring, we signed an agreement with the city, a license of occupation, in which the city provides our space for free. I think that's fairly normal in public libraries. That's not unusual, as well as some other in-kind contributions. I think if you were to pull those contributions, we would be coming back in a financial ask to council. I think in terms of efficiency, you do our payroll. If we were to go out and do payroll, we would be bringing that cost into our ask to council. So I think in terms of efficiency, it just makes a lot of sense for the taxpayer. They also provide janitorial service for us and some maintenance. Then there's some other things as well. But again, if we had to pay for it ourselves, it would most likely cost more, and we'd be bringing that forward to you.
Yeah, so if I may, I'll just add to that through the chair to council, just exactly what Miranda said. We don't charge for any of that stuff. Information I was able to dig up real quickly on the fly was based on the audit and comments out of the 2022 audit, was that our in-kind contribution relates to roughly 15% of the library's budget. So at that time, it would have been about $91,000. To Miranda's point, I actually think it's probably significantly higher than that if you took a look at what the actual costs are. I think we cover utilities. Just the rent for that space alone, if we were to rent it across the street, $165,000 a year. So again, if we started to now ask the library to do that, that probably just makes your request even larger and makes the problem even more challenging. But I would anticipate, if I had to just put a back of the number, it's probably somewhere in the $200,000 in kind that we're putting into the library. If you looked at what could we do with that space otherwise. But to Miranda's point, I've never seen a library where the municipality asks them to pay rent. That's generally part of your agreement, where the municipality provides that space and pays those bills, because the funding's coming from the municipality anyway. So just a little bit more information to Councillor Sandvo's question.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on that. I don't want my question to come across as though I'm suggesting we shouldn't do that. I am personally very grateful that the city has done that, because I know that it would be much more expensive if y'all were doing that yourselves. So just some gratitude that way. But it's good for that context to see kind of what the relationship looks like.
Deputy Mayor Naran.
Thank you, through your worship, and to Miranda. Could you please speak more with respect to the membership fee structure, and if there's been a consideration to maybe revisit that to mitigate some of the costs?
Well, I think that's a really fair question as well. So at the moment, there's a lot of evidence and a lot of work done to suggest that membership fees and fines create significant barriers to library users. We actually had someone on the board, and I got permission to tell this story, that she's a single mom, and she would limit her children's take from the library, the amount of books they could take, because she was concerned she couldn't pay the fines. So that's just a local story. Calgary does not, who's just down the street, does not charge membership fees or fines, as well as Strathmore, Cochrane. So I think we would be in the minority, and especially knowing that that creates a lot of barriers for people, I wouldn't suggest that. I mean, if we got into a desperate situation, maybe we'd have to, but I think we'd be creating a huge barrier for our community.
Councillor Ndawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, to the administration, to the presenter. Thank you so much for presenting. And my question is to you, is opposite to Councillor Wozniacki. If you get the funding, and what specific project or service will this funding support to the community?
Absolutely. And just to reiterate, because the City of Chestermere Library Board is a legal entity, it would be up to them. But what's on the table is as soon as I can operationalize it and give the staff warning, we are going to open for additional hours. We're finding, especially on Friday evenings and Sundays, we're kicking people out of the library. So we don't want to do that. So looking at additional open hours, especially on Fridays, Sundays, and Wednesdays. Wednesdays to do additional programming in the evenings. We would like to come back for 2025 to do additional hours. Opening hours, we think that would help us cope to serve more people as well. We're looking at adding in more programming as well. We've had a lot of concerns from the community that our programs fill up within minutes when we open registration. So we're looking at different strategies to support people who don't have the digital literacy to do the online registration. So looking different ways to include them to make sure they have opportunities to the programming. So definitely increasing programming. And programming supports a range of skills and literacy development. So especially in a difficult economy, people are looking to the library for free programming and free educational programming. We desperately need more public computers. I was asked by the MLA to come and chat with me about the library, and her comment to me is, you don't have enough public computers. And I said, yeah, that's true. So definitely wanting to add that in. And as well as adding in more staffing supports, because I did speak earlier about some of the social needs that we are addressing to make sure that they have the capacity to be able to do the referral to other community-based organizations and that they can deal with those. So those are some of the things. And then I said as well, we want to remove we have a temporary office in our programming room just to help us with our staffing situation, but we need to take that out. So we'll be taking that out immediately so we can have more, especially children's programs, more places to move. So other things on the table as well, but those would be some of the key ones that we would be looking to operationalize quite quickly.
Thank you so much.
Final call for any questions before actioning. Councillor Schindler?
There we go. Hi. I have questions.
Great.
Let's see. So the ask in June, where our illustrious Doug Lagore gave the library another $100,000. What was that used for? How did that help the library? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah. So.
Share to you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So that money was used to give our staff an annual increase, which they rightly deserve, especially in a difficult economy. We don't want our staff, hardworking staff, to not get an annual increase. So the bulk of it was used for that. We also added more money into programming, and we've increased programming. We added in additional staff supports. And I have to go back and look, but there was more as well, more marketing supports. And so 100,000 was quite quickly when you're looking at those things.
$100,000 does go quite quickly. So that leads into my next question. For this $100,000, how long will this hold us out to give us more hours? Will the library be coming back for another $100,000 in the next quarter? That'd be around January, I think.
So we will be back to ask to do our request for 2025, which with that ask will include additional our opening hours, staffing supports, the annual raises, those types of things. We're looking to have a conversation to bring us closer to average. And so we normally do one annual ask to council, but because of some political reasons, we've now done two. Yeah.
So are you saying that there's going to be not another ask until the budget 2025, which I believe begins in April?
No.
Is the next fiscal, or does it begin year?
Yeah.
Oh, my mistake. I apologize
Yeah.
for that.
Okay.
I thought it began in April.
No.
Okay. That's my federal government budget coming
Yeah.
through. I
Yeah.
apologize for that.
No, municipal starts in January.
Okay, cool. So leading into that other point, when you said that you're coming back the library's coming back for 2025, is there a needs assessment that is going to be completed to show where there's gaps in service, gaps in staff, structure-wise, to show us, exactly how much money the library needs to operate in its current space, and then perhaps if the library gets a bigger space, to let us know how much money it'll take to operate, say, a place similar to Cochrane?
Right. So, so two members of council are on our board. We've already started the 2025 discussion at the City of Chestermere Library Board level to what that looks like. We use best practices in public libraries from the Alberta government to use as a benchmark on where we should be. We've discussed quite a lot at the board level what our needs are and how we can fill those needs. At this point, the board has not completely decided what they would like to come forward with, but all of this is based off of statistical information.
Sorry. I was going through your presentation, and on the library service is a municipal-based slide. I had a question about where it says provides library building and equipment. Usually the city does that. I looked up the Alberta Libraries Act and familiarized myself extensively with it, and I noticed that the Section 10 was repealed in 2024. The updated Libraries Act has that entirely removed.
Yeah.
I believe we still do that, though. We still provide materials and computers and stuff. Do we use our buying power through the chair to administration? Do we use our buying power to help the library get cheaper products, or does the library purchase those computers and chairs and all that on their own?
So through our agreement with the Marigold, first of all, just to go back, yes, you're right. In 2024, the provincial government went through a red cutting to cut any kind of excess. They also removed that the municipal library board shall before December 1st prepare a budget and estimate of money, and they're not putting in a date because they want us to work collaboratively with the municipality to support that. And there were a few other changes, not too many really impact us, but you are correct. There were some changes there.
If I could add, I apologize for the interruption, but through the chair and to you, Councillor Schindler, do you think we're maybe getting a little bit into the weeds of the operational side that's not for council? I did ask the question earlier in regards to how are the metrics, how do we ensure that the library is spending our money responsibly and appropriately in regards to being responsible for our residents and I think that that question was answered. I'm not sure we need to know the level of detail in regards to how, if we're spending money on computers and other things of that nature. That's probably more an operational.
No, yeah, so my question wasn't necessarily to what the library is spending their money on, is if council is, or if the city is providing extra computers and stuff to help out as well as the ask, is essentially what I was asking.
Yeah, so I think,
and can we do that to assist? Like, if the library needs another computer?
Can I speak to that?
Surely.
'Cause,
Yes, absolutely.
actually, through, so the city is, the municipality is a member of the Maricold Library System on our behalf through legislation. And within that, our agreement with Marigold is they control the IT and they do the purchasing of computers and ensure that our computer technology is where it should be. They also provide some internet, as well as the city provides some internet for our phones, which you provide. We would love all the help we can get, but I have to, in terms of computer technology, that's driven by Maricold Library Systems, so.
So I think too, there's the specific ask that we're looking at today, and then there's we're gonna have further, as Miranda's outlined, we're gonna have further larger budget conversations that are gonna be coming, which I feel a further wholesome conversation will be happening. The way that I see this today, council, is I think we have three options today. Welcome to hearing from somebody else. As we know, council, if you will, controls the motion, so to speak. So I want to speak to administration has come forward with a recommended motion. So sorry, I flipped to something else. Their recommended motion would be that we approve the $100,000 to be funded from the operating budget. Administration has outlined that we have it within our budget to do so. So option one would be that a councillor could make that motion. Option two could be that we accept this presentation for information for the purpose of, we know that we are thank you, Miranda. Option two being that we are waiting for the numbers to come back from the fundraiser. We're hoping, I'm going to call on City Director Joe Hall-Watt here, we are hoping to have those by council meeting October 23rd, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, so a motion could be made that we accept this for information at this time, and then look at designating those funds. So we had because we haven't actually technically designated where those are going, right? So no official decision had been made, right? All we said was that we were raising money for the library and for the town of Jasper, and then we were going to be deciding. We have it within our budget. And then 75% was going to the library, 25% was going to town of Jasper. That is the only specificity that we had within that, so it actually hasn't been specified. So another one that I see is that, or a third option that I see was for a councillor to make a motion that we approve the $100,000 and the difference to come from the fundraising money and the operating budget. So what I'm suggesting with that is whatever that fundraising number comes back at, right? So let's say it's 80,000, right? For example, then the 80,000 from the fundraiser would go, and then 20,000 would come from the operating budget to meet the 100,000. Those are three options that I see for motions. Any councillor could make any of those motions, but I just wanted to open that up for a quick conversation to see if there's even a fourth option. But those are the three options I see for motions if a councillor was wanting to make one of those three motions. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I like the idea of having options, for sure. The fourth motion that I would consider putting forward is a hybrid model. Give them some money now, because it does sound like from the debate up here on the panel that there's some more information desired to see to validate the ask of $100,000. And I did hear from the presenter that while that money may not be clear on the fundraiser where it's going to go, Miranda did say that it was supposed to go towards project-based, which probably would be capital-based versus operating. And the reason why I'm suggesting the fourth motion to approve a partial amount, whatever that amount may be, and table the rest, is because that would immediately get our library up and running to the extended hours, and no time would be wasted in delivering service to our residents.
Councillor Schindler?
So I just had. Are we going to bring this back then if we put it for if we table it?
Well, that is another option.
Until after.
Is a councillor can make a motion to table.
Okay. Because I have.
So that's five options.
I have more questions on the financial side going into next year's budget as well.
But that would be for next year's budget.
And I
right?
said as well. So going into next year's budget as well as this 100K. And yeah, I'm not sure if this is the correct forum to have those questions answered.
What I guess what I'm suggesting is I think some of what we're doing is we're drifting a little bit into overall big budget, right? And overall big budget's going to be coming back to us. Councillor is absolutely open to disagree with this point. I think that the library has outlined their intention. Again, legally, it is actually determined by the library board how they spend the money. What they're saying, though, is that they have outlined what they would like to use that $100,000 for now, and then there'll be a greater conversation coming back for our 2025 budget, and there's going to be, as council knows, is to foreshadow what's going to be happening later on this afternoon. We're going to be outlined with a budgeting process that's going to be pretty extensive. What we're going to be doing for the overall 2025 budget. Mr. Edney will be speaking to that this afternoon. So I guess there is opportunity if it's specific about this $100,000. My feeling right now, though, this is just my personal feeling, is that the library is clear on what this $100,000 is, and we should explore one of the five motions. And some motion might lead to another, because if certain motions get defeated, then we move on to other motions, if you will. Okay, so I need someone to jump. So what I'm looking at, like I said, is we have. I will go through them really quickly again. In my opinion, these are the five options that we're looking at. We accept the motion as recommended, and that, to be clear, that motion is that we would be awarding $100,000 from the operating budget as of today, and administration has indicated that their feeling is that that is within our operating budget at this time. So that is the recommendation that is coming from administration. Second one is to accept for information, and then we wait until to see what the fundraising number is, and then determine from there. So then this would be coming back then at the October 23rd council meeting. I guess to go through the RFD process, the risks on that would be, to Councillor Warzanowski's point, on the second one, the library would have to wait 2 more weeks to find out what's happening with that, right? Option number 3 would be that we make a motion to accept the $100,000 as recommended, and that we take, and the difference from our operating budget it would be the fundraising number, whatever that comes back as, right? And then the difference would come from our operating budget, right? So again, if it comes back at $80,000 that we raised, we don't know what that number is, right? But if it comes back at that, then we'd be taking 20,000. If it comes back at 50,000, we'd be taking 50,000. But either way, then we would be approving the 100,000. So to your point, Councillor Wozanowski, it would speak to the concern that you're bringing, in that the library knows that they're getting the money. It's just coming from two different sources, and what we don't know at this time is how much would be coming from the capital. Right? So to your point, it does move the project forward. It just utilizes it in a different way, and we solve the fundraising issue, if you will, and we move it forward. Option 4 is the give a little bit now, which I think is the same as 3 in some ways. You wanna recommend a different number.
I would recommend, I'd be prepared to offer at least half right now, and I would put forward that motion, only because there seems to be some, it's not clear on what the fundraising money was supposed to go towards, whether it be working, whether it's working capital or capital expenditure. So we could, if we give them money now, we can deal with the rest of the money later. And when I say later, I say soon, within maybe
October 23rd.
Right. So that's the simplest solution. Gets everybody moving. We still have a commitment to the library board that we're supporting them, and we move on.
And then the 5th option, obviously, just to go over them, would be to table. So, like I said, I need somebody to jump. Okay, Councillor Wozanowski.
Actually, I need to jump into, I would like to give them the amount they ask. The reason is, doesn't matter sooner or later, we have to give them that money, so then they know they have the money, they can start the programs and stuff, rather than waiting. And I think what they ask, we have to give it to them.
So I will admit that my tension in that is it's like giving 2 amounts, right? And so I'm wondering about doing the fundraising. I do like Councillor Wozanowski's suggestion of the hybrid, where then we can figure that out, where it's we make the motion, do the 50,000 now. It's going to be in 2 weeks. If I don't think they're going to spend $100,000 in 2 weeks. So if we do if we do the top up now, right, as Councillor Wozanowski is suggesting, then it'll give us that opportunity on the 23rd to discuss both the fundraiser and the rest of the ask. Mr. Edney.
If I may, through the chair, at this point, I think it's important for someone to make a motion and then have the debate on that
I agree.
motion.
So Councillor Wozanowski has offered to make the motion first, so we'll let him make a motion.
I motion that council approve an additional funding and allocation for the 2024 to the Chestermere Public Library in the amount of $50,000 to be funded from the operating budget, and for the $50,000 remaining to be reviewed at the next council meeting.
Regular meeting of council.
Regular meeting of council.
Comments or questions? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. To use your word, the tension that I'm feeling with this is this feels a bit premature, because if this money is going to go towards things like increased programming, increased opening hours, and things like that, which are quite important, that is kind of precedent setting for 2025. And we have a lot of things that we need to spend money on. Libraries definitely up there on the list, but I haven't personally done the analysis of where money is going because we haven't gone through the budgeting process.